ready for more mining, gapping, and breaking pickaxes on the one more layer prison server. Live now at twitch.tv.
Thou'th shall not steal thy gasseth or something. Uh, yeah. That's what I got out of that yesterday. Hello, everybody. To anybody that's out there, hi. Hey. So, wow, this case is going somewhere. It sure is going somewhere. Dude, we thought that this dude, William Shamsphere, was dead. Far from it. Nope. He is totally not dead. Very unfortunate, though. I mean, because Soseki Natsume still got taken away, but, William Shamsphere is still, I guess accusing Soseki of, like, poisoning him. And then we're figuring, and then, like, we found out that, you know, that Shamsphere is a dirty, awful, filthy liar and's been stealing gas. Like, what? And he was making fake coins with the bars of soaps. Like, that's crazy. You can't make this up. Only in Ace Attorney, though. Or hell, this could probably actually happen. Now, Streamlabs desktop got an update. So after I got the update, I restarted my laptop just in case. I hope things will be okay and somewhat stable. I hope everything will go off without a hitch. I should have no problems whatsoever. Hang on. I thought I posted elsewhere. All right, now I've posted just my socials. What the heck? Hang on. Uh, hold on, everybody. I need to make one last little thing correct. There we go. Much better. Just posting out in socials. Nothing serious. Nothing big. Just letting people know, hey, I'm on. All right. Don't know why I bother sometimes, but it's okay, I guess. I guess it reaches some people, including that one bot or whatever. It's like, oh, stream supporter or whatever. Meh. Anyway, enough of that. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and continue this case. Yes. Let me make sure. There we go. All right. Hold on, everybody. Just making sure, things are in working order. And I shall launch this like so. All right. Okay. There's no time to waste. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me check one more thing. All right. Alright. Okay. Hang on, everybody. Just one more little thing. I'm trying to. Okay. Oh, yeah. One more thing. I'm gonna go back to the regular um, outfits. These were nice to look at, but I'm gonna go back to normality. They were nice, though. Okay. Okay. Let me hydrate for a moment. Okay. Ready. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro continue. Investigation. Oh, my apologies. Hang on. I need to get a few other things situated. All right. We're good now. Let's see. Mm-hmm. All right. And we're done. Now we can finally start. Hang on. Okay. 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhoro's Legal Consultancy. Ooh, we made it back in one piece. Just, to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages in the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your further exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, Let's see if we can't find some new clues for a court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it. That's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer. I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Yeah. Alright. Let us examine. Okay, we already examined that. We could examine it again for funsies. Yeah, alright. Let us talk. Converse. Today's trial. Or hold on. Let's present stuff. Unless you put coins in this meter, of course, it won't give you any gas. The British have some really chilling inventions, don't they? Sorry? Well, you could die on a cold winter's night if you weren't able to light your stove. I suppose, in a way, one little coin could be the difference between life and death. Personally, I'd break the meter and find a way to light the stove somehow. Oh no, the meter might explode if you were to tamper with it, Naruhodo-san. The gas companies have it all buttoned up, don't they? They sure do. Susato-san, what do you make of this? Oh dear. What indeed? Let me see. If you don't know, really, it's fine to say so. I won't hold it against you. Alright. Susato-san, what do you make of this? Ah yes, the soap that we found on the ledge outside Mr. Shamsphere's blocked-up window. Since we discovered him poisoned, I've been scared to wash my hands. I keep thinking the foul soap is going to be the end of me. Well, the soap's bad name was cleared at the end, wasn't it? I suppose so. But I'm still worried about it. I think it would be safer just never to wash my hands again. Stop that. I think you haven't thought that through. You will wash your hands, Naruhodo-san. You will. We already went through that. Like, come on, dude. Wash your hands. Don't be an idiot. Don't put your soap in your hand, your soapy hands in your mouth after you're done washing your hands. Just dry it with a towel. Let me see. Alright. Yeah, we did all that. Alright, let's move. Let's move. Alright. First order of business, we shall move to Sholmes' suite. Perhaps we should review what happened in court today and decide how to proceed with our investigations. Shall we go and say hello to Mr. Sholmes and Iris? Yes. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion, Iris. It seems people from all over the globe come to engage his consulting detective services. Alright. 22nd February, Sholmes Suite. Bruno and Susie! Hooray! You're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. We'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? Oh no. We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustach's case. That was today, was it? Yes. I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Ah ha 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 ha! Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really, I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Deek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory. My dear fellows, victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Alright, hang on. Can I go back real quick? There we go. I forgot to converse with Susato. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamsphere than we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamsphere certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, here at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. So, do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone, yeah. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Alright. What's next? What next? So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamsphere's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamsphere's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. Let's see, testing, 1, 2, 3. Alright, we're good. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with as a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial, that you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day. One day what? Oh no. Never mind. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But, yes, I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Kazuma's true intentions. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. Oh, his katana? I never expected to inherit this sword, after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need such much compelling. Oh, on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes, I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. All right. I almost missed out on that. All right. Let's talk to old Herlock here. Sholmes. All right. Let's see. Before we talk, okay, we've already examined that. All right. No flavor text to get. That's fine. Yeah, I did all that. All right. Now, Mr. Sholmes, about this. No, sorry. If you were to produce such dull items with such a dull countenance, you must expect a dull response. At the very least, you could do something about your face, my dear fellow. I crave visual stimulation. Something like this? Ah, ha, 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 indeed. That is quite the stimulation I desired. Okay. I believe you tried to eat some soap once, didn't you? True, yes. I had a theory that it may cleanse the inside of my digestive system, you see. Was it particularly dirty, do you think? Indeed, it was, for I had mistakenly imbibed some ink at the time, assuming it to be coffee. How? I must cleanse at once. I thought to myself, quite logically, of course. Only you could have an antidote about swallowing soap. Weirdo. Let's see. Any flavor text? Ah, yes, the crockery of the failed thespian and the mustachioed bookworm. His name is Mr. Soseki Natsume. You really should try to remember it. You're right. After all, I've entrapped the man twice now. Yes, the deeply malicious bookworm has a deeply malicious mustache. Oh dear, I'm not sure about that. A deeply misfortunate mustache, perhaps. That too. The mustache is indeed misfortune, but only because it is malicious. Oh, what wonderful reasoning, Mr. Sholmes. You've won me over yet again. Alright. Yeah, he wouldn't know about the photo or the report. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. He is. Alright, let us converse. Lord Van Zee. Lord Barack Von Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet. He has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Oh, wow. A new word for me to look up. Sobriquet. Okay. A sobriquet, more commonly spelled sobriquet, is a descriptive nickname or epithet. It is an informal or assumed name given to a person, place, or group, often highlighting a specific characteristic or trait. Super K. The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Von Zeke's own hand. As it happens, Miss Usato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Huh, Bruno? I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Yeah, foul smell. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Oh wow. It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical tea is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation, also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. Yay. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation, alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea incident was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. So many topics. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barack von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. Oh, snap. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. Of course. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Forensic science. So, your t-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently, which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? On nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. Nomenclature. Nomenclature is a systematic system or set of rules used for naming things within a particular science, art, or specialized field. It ensures that professionals communicate clearly without ambiguity. Okay. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. Odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Alright. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, no, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we witnessed your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you, but you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably, maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. Cool. All right. So now we shall go to somewhere. All right. All right. We shall move to Mr. Shamsphere's room. What a treat. I simply can't wait to see Mr. Sholmes' forensic investigation techniques. The scene of the crime on the ground floor. Leave Mr. Matsume's room where the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, lives. The brightly colored outfits and makeshift stage look very incongruous. Strange, unexpected, unsuitable, particular fashion. Alright. Here goes. 22nd February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it, with a T in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Aw, we got props from Gregson. Alright. Okay. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. I mean, the sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, without enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, let's not do that. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, Even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsphere must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Alright. So it turns out that Mr. Shamsphere wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on a plate while he's holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prize his latest his ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Let's talk to Gregson. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? Oh, on Lord Van Ziek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, or me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips, is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Man, those chips look good. I know they're potatoes, but I would love that. Alright, I guess we shall search Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madame. Oh, snap. What's all this? Oh, cool. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes, sensational. Ginprint Seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamsphere's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is this? What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally, whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. All right. Let's see. It's been a while since we did some forensics. Oh, look at that. All right. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Sato. It's a bit of mystery then. Oh. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of mystery then. Alright. Alright. Let's check the tea. The teacup. Okay. Look, there's handprints here. So there are a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. But okay, yeah, chill down my spine. Alright, we did that. Let's alright. Where have I not sprayed yet? Alright. Oh. Some nice music too. Let's see. The candle. Hmm. I'm gonna spray every single. Yes, we know about that. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Let's see. All right. Oh, wow. That was tricky. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints are all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin prints indicated all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture. You mean? The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I want to be a moment. Ah, what is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the, you mean, it's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. You're still eating, though. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips. Whereas we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talks put me off of my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate this once. Huh? There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are, a print for you. The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Handprints on the wall. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Cool. That's awesome. Alright. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. I guess we will examine Gregson. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Let's not presume to kill. Oh. Let's not kill. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Oh. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There are 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? We want to know everything. Newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. Oh no. They say the board he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he's hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where, and now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article will be so carefully ensconced under the floor? Ensconced. To be settled securely, snugly, or comfortably in a specific place or position. It often implies that someone or something is firmly established and has no intention of moving anytime soon. Ensconced. Why is such an article being so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. The capital offender article has been entered into the court record. Capital offender article. A newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison, whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Wow. That's, messed up. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. That's messed up. But damn, he was also a burglar and a murderer. Photographic print. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably decent to me. What? Hello? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Gerardeb, the landlord, of course. Mr. Gerardeb? Some dude? But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gerardeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You could take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows the identity of the young fellow. That is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph has been entered into courtroom record. Hidden photograph. A photograph print found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Gerardeb, together with a young man. Wow. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. Oh no. What if he was the previous tenant and died? And I noticed that he's holding paintbrushes too. He could have been an artist. Hey there, Running Wild Video. This is pretty damn intriguing right now. Wow. So like Mr. Gerardeb and some dude. And he's got paintbrushes. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamsphere himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Gerardeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of him. And now for the tin box. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth inside behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. DL6 chronicling? It's going well. It's been pretty cool. Still on this case. Yeah, I did the first part of the investigation, the trial yesterday. This freaking William Shamsphere dude, we found out that he was stealing gas. Oh man. A drone bee, meter man, Quinn bee, Altamont, Queen bee. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamsphere, give us a clue, man. You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, tenaire. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Dang. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. There's gotta be more to the box. Kitty! Gregson looks a lot like if he took Alfred from Batman but gave him a pencil eraser shaped head. Hang on. Oh my gosh, he does. Master Blues. That's awesome. We hear a meow. Kitty! Oh, the cat! I like almost forgot about this cat too, cause like Soseki told us to take care of Kitty. Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him actually. Why don't we call it Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. Oh, oh, stop it. You're too cute. Kitty. Oh. He couldn't be happier now. Look, I just hope he can bring some happiness to his owner too. Oh, let's inspect Kitty. Oh, stop it. No. Too cute. Oh my god. Ah! That was a cheeky little meow. Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Oh, shucks. Alright. Guess we're done here. Let me check my court record real quick. Hidden photograph and the capital offender article we checked out. Shucks. Alright. Okay. We shall now head off to, yeah, we'll just go somewhere else now. Just checking up on someone. Oh, nice. The deed is done. Okay. And now, move. Let's go to prison. My heart very nearly stopped when Mr. Shamsfield suddenly sat up like that. Yeah. Okay. Let us go to prison. 22nd February, local prison, cell 9. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I am a cat. You don't look like one. Well, you have the eyes of a cat. Let's see. We visit him. We visit, we visit his place for some time. Sorry, I am a cat. Sorry. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Erlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or old berries. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to. He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too long to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. Nope. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent! In court! In my lodgings! Here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Alright. We got things to talk about. Let us converse. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a... solemn sworn Soseki certainty! Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine, as shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamsphere then engaged in a Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shamsphere. That rotten Shamsphere! What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over everything you've done recently? I have been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. Chuckman. I took a glance, and the deed is done. Congrats on completing Wind Waker. I bet it was a long time coming too, you know? Yeah. Good job. Good job beating Ganon. Ganon and Wind Waker, that entire moment, that entire final fight is just so good. I like that Ganon. Like, that Ganon is awesome. I mean, it's still Ganondorf. But, you know, like, it's the same Ganondorf from, you know, we know. Yeah, man. But, yeah, it's just, again, Nintendo, they've had so many opportunities to give us Wind Waker HD instead, but, I mean, it's cool, you know, the OG. It's just, again, those Tingle Triforce charts, the grinding of those rubies, awful. Like, I don't know, aside from that, just going out to sail some more, I mean, it's okay. Like, I guess deciphering's not so, like, yeah, once you get the rubies, again, many ways to do it. Right! I mean, I was just gonna say, in the meantime, you could definitely look into Dusk. You know, that PC version of Twilight Princess. But if you want to continue to wait for the OG, then that's understandable. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soup, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Ah, yes. Emulated Phantom Hourglass with the controller mod. I think it might be easy to do. Same with I recently saw someone not too long ago. They were playing Star Fox Command with a controller mod. Cause yeah, originally that game was entirely touchscreen based. And they were able to get a controller mod working. I would have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Cursed. Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and is trying to kill me. Capital offender. Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time he visits me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. Okay. It's time to present some evidence now. Not the soap. Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this? Ah, there it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair! Denhausen heard curse. You are cursed. Yes. Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur! Saboteur. You've really gone off the soap, haven't you? Absolutely, but I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever! Oh god. I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Alright, teacups. Mr. Natsume, something much, but... Ah, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Okay. Hold on. Alright. We're gonna get to the nitty-gritty. We're gonna present him with the capital offender article. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry. About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirits behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings! Oh no. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Oh no. Wait a minute. Let me take a look at something. Man, I hope that Selden dude didn't, like, I don't know. So we haven't seen this individual yet. And Mr. Garadeb, I hope it's not like his son or anything. Because, yeah, we found these two underneath the floorboard in Mr. Shamsphere's room, and a tin box that Gregson found. I don't want to jump ahead, but we'll see. Capital offender Selden. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Geradeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. Yeah, because we also got this other thing here. Yeah, this right here. We had found out that the Selden dude, before he got the death penalty, he died of a fever in his jail cell. Unfortunate, but you know, Danhausen cast Curse 3. Yes. And that's when it started. The curse! Oh no. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Oh no. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Oh no. Locked from the inside. Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Okay, we're getting deeper now. The convict's curse. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Oh no, asphyxiated. Asphyxiated. When he discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Oh no. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Genadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Genadeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They could come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm just struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. That is terrible. Wow. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamsfield last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Geradeb's rooms? Yeah. Alright. Okay. Here goes. We're gonna pay a visit to Mr. Geradeb. Visiting a cold, dark jail brings home the reality of crime and punishment. Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. We have not. Alright, Mr. Geradeb. It's time for you to talk about the lodgings. 22nd February, Mr. and Mrs. Geradeb's room. Well, Mrs. Geradeb's doing time. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Geradeb. Right body business it is for me, getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey, by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance, and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. In the previous game, yeah. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. Oh, he's getting up now with his cane. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Let's see. Ah, an Altamont gas meter, yes. Decent fireplace in here, of course, so no need for a gas stove. But there's nothing better than a gas lamp for reading in bed, eh? Actually, Mr. Natsume mentioned that the gas supply to his room kept failing. Ah, yes, that. I had the gas company look into it, but they couldn't find a thing wrong. The chap must have been imagining things. I don't think he was imagining it. The poor man woke up unable to breathe. Think it was put down to ghosts at work or some such in the end. Place must be haunted. Oh, get out of here with that nonsense. Alright. Let's talk to him about all the topics first. I already got all the flavor text from yesterday. Alright. Here goes. Converse. Your lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor, chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. The poor lady, that was you and your wife from the previous game. But go on. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamsphere, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. They are. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. Oh no. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. What's that behind you? But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Ha 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 ha. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Geradem. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamsphere been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here, too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden, the convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? Shamspeare's tenancy. Tenancy, okay. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now. You see, some malady or other. Malady. 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 A disease, illness, or ailment. Oh, okay. Yes, we've seen that report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Hang on. Tragedian. Tragedian. An actor who specializes in playing tragic roles. Okay. It was only 3 days later that that tragedian. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world but we inhabit it. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Hmm, terribly sorry, what's not, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those carols must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well. We have it occurred. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate. Help, please. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. He sure was. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Indeed. Being behind on financial obligations such as overdue rent, loans, or child support. Arrears. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. The quality of being open, honest, and sincere in speech or expression. Candor. By way of appreciation, allow me to say one or two words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? The question is what? Never mind. Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? Okay, let's present the hidden photograph. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Yes, please. Is that your son who's with you there? No, no, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Okay, he was just a lodger. And we have a name. Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Oh no. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I thought too. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in a room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, let us know about the lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Rose. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it. Mine. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal, Selden, was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe. Yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning, about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted to me, it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yeah. Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. That's terrible. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. That's the worst. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. I mean... But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That's right. That the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bloody curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Yeah. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. I was wondering if we had his, profile. Oh, we do. Duncan Ross, 21. A lodger in the Geradib household who passed away a month ago as a result of gas poisoning. About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Oh, a love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mr. Sato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No. Susato ain't having it. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. Aw. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Miss Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, olive green. Oh, olive green. Ah, olive green. The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Ah ha 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 ha! A little insensitive, but he is kind of right. We did find some more information. All right. All right. That's cool. So, all right. I guess we should head off to whatchamacallit. Yeah, let's go to Miss Green's hospital bed. Even when they're a little less aware, English rooms are so splendidly colorful. Do you know, I can't believe we visited this place for some time. Alright, let's go talk to Miss Green. Yeah, because I'm like, I wonder if there was going to be a connection. Because, like, one of the first things I noticed when I was inspecting the photograph was, look, he's got paintbrushes right here, and we do know now that yeah, and I did remember that she's an artist, an art school student. 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. Ah, what is it? Oh, Miss Green. Oh, huh? What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Do we have to hear this music? I don't know, it reminds me of that McGilded dude. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. I don't really have anything to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. All right. before we whatchamacallit, before we talk to her, we're going to examine that blue bottle. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. And I got a silly achievement for it. Yay, down in one. Alright. Okay. Let's see. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Okay. Um, thank you for the stealth lurk, but thank you. Thank you. Like, thank you for coming out lurk to, you know, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But you take care. Master Remastered. Appreciate it. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Miss Usato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? Wow. It's like she read my mind! Alright. That's kind of funny. Alright. Let's go talk to, Miss Green here. Converse. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Oh no. Alright. Miss Green, about this. Ah, could you just hold that there for a moment? Don't move. Sorry. No, the aesthetics are all wrong. Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected? Alright, looks like I have to present a certain piece of evidence. Miss Green, about this soap. I think I know what that is. It's that soap-shaped chocolate, isn't it? No. This is just normal soap. Well, normal poor quality soap. Oh, that was lucky. At least it wasn't a trick this time. A trick? I fell for it only the other day. It's soap-shaped chocolate, they said. Just one bite and I was foaming at the mouth. I passed out. It tasted so awful. Oh my. What is it about people recently that makes them all eat soap? Yeah. People are freaking weird. Alright. So I got some flavor text for the soap. Hmm. I bet something's gonna trigger. Well, not trigger, but I think I'm gonna have to show her the hidden photograph. All right, here goes. Let's go ahead and let's show her the hidden photograph. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Rose. You know him, didn't you? Oh no, she fainted. And there goes the bottle. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down before when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you all right? There she is. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, no, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. Aww. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. Aww. And that's what led him to Mr. Getterdams. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Oh, so sad. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. What, Mr. Sholmes? I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently for the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Um... Let me guess. Oh, let me examine. Oh no. Hang on. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it dead before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think. Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah, I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Oh my god. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. Oh, was she gonna suicide? Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Ah! Once we left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. I... No! Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. Hmm. Hang on. Before I talk to you, I wanted to check the letter again. More flavor text? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Okay. Converse. Ah. First, suicide, then the card. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drink it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk of such things. Yeah, stop. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Poor mouse. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. Let's talk about the card. Oh, hold on. Before I do anything. Oh. I I basically stopped her shaking. Alright, converse. The card. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I wonder if this torn off end of the envelope belongs to that envelope. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Rose. Come to the Slug in Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month. That's the day. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of the Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garadeb's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm really sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now, anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. Yeah. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. I mean, come on. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamsphere, Mr. Garadeb's lodgings, the convict, Selden. These are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Riba. Oh dear. Yes, Barack von Ziegs. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Yes, London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people, but away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Shome said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Yes. To be continued. Yes. We're done with the investigation. We're gonna go back to court. Yay. I love going back to court to defend. 2 hours and 37 minutes according to the uptime. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. One moment. Oreo break. I'm just gonna have one Oreo. And then I'm gonna hydrate. Okay. All right. Here we go. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Oh my god. Zoomed up close, Soseki. This is it then, Mr. Naruhoro? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I should do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Me too. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah, good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhoro Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I retained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own depth. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, that it is. Inner calm. He barely came to see me. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you would abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis, long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Okay. Be on our way. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. 23rd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Let's see. All right. Here we go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Hello, Santa Claus. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. And here we have Count Dracula. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by a lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless some days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. Keep it in your hats. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Von Zieks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Oh. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all? In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected, this makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquids recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty. Counsel? How do you know? Ah, exactly. Oh, unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamsphere, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Oh no. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Oh no. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamsphere to the stand. Oh no. No, no. Mr. William Shamsphere, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven! Oh hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a bellyful of the foul liquids of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply from the supply company. Yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. I agree. Oh, indeed! By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further my own ends. I confess. Oh, that's our new one? I hope it's enough to, you know, to carry out that. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime, passive, unpunished? For lo, the very-faced gentleman of further east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the teeth found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamsphere? Merely, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently, yeah. Oh boy. Here we go. Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency. Oh boy. Here we go. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. With his feigning distraction in our debate, near did a near did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup of water. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. I saw. What? What happened? Oh, no, it's not. It is pretty damn small. Awful. Because, I loved our previous one. It was a lot. Okay, okay. Oh,
Can't
why?
trust it.
What do you mean? You kept it in the hallway plenty of times. Can't be
Yes, it can. Right.
whatever. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's see. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Ah, 'tis, madames, 'tis true that I, Shamsphere, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The tea inconsistency, oh boy. Hmm, so it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere of this courtroom today. It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. It must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Alright. And here we go. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot.
Hold it!
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks it's all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first D. Zound, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turns thy hand to loyaling. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew. Thou a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet nut rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamsphere. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form. That fated evening after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. Cursed. Here comes the Weirgog. Werewolf, Wolfman, neat. Hello, Atakash. Nah, Soseki Natsume kept on going on and on about curse this, curse that. We apparently found out that there used to be whatchamacallit. There was an escaped criminal slash murderer, burglar, who was at a lodging, and then he got arrested. And then there was this other dude that rented the lodge, and then he died from asphyxiation of a gas leak. And Soseki, he rented that lodge as well, like, you know, after the poor dude had passed away. And he also felt that, like, there was some gas going off in his room. He survived, though, at least. But he still claims that it's cursed. And Mr. Geradeb thought it was also cursed as well. Yeah. It was like a little chain reaction of events that happened. Pretty messed up. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Oh, hold on. Let me press.
Hold it!
Let me check my court record. Yeah, so like, yeah, so, oh yeah, here's another thing. So this dude, right, that I was talking about, Selden, he had, you know, when he got arrested, he was sent to eventually get the death penalty, but he didn't even get the death penalty. The dude died from a fever in his, cell. And then yeah, the next day, this poor man right here, um, yeah, this guy, this is the poor dude, poor Duncan Rose. He rented the room where the criminal originally was staying at. He was the dude that sadly died of of the whatchamacallit, of the gas leak right here. Duncan Ross, yeah, his name was Duncan Ross. He died of gas poisoning in the room. So sad too. He was writing a letter to this young lady here, Olive Green. That's not a curse, it's a building violation and negligence. Yeah, yeah. Cause yeah, the police did whatchamacallit. Um whatchamacallit. Mr. Garadeb, he definitely got an earful from the police because he had all the pipes reworked in his building. Sure, it may have cost him, but hey, better than not getting your whole lodge shut down. But yeah, but this dude right here, he almost he said some at night sometimes when he was trying to sleep, there was like a gas stove leak as well. Yeah. Are you saying that you saw that moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice. Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe. Wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died, frozen, than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamsphere, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. With his fading distraction in our debate, nearly did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim: drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I dive uncontrolled. In fits of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise, drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court. While it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. Also, I learned what maxim means just now. A concise expression of a general truth, fundamental principle, or rule of conduct, often serving as life philosophies or guides for behavior. Maxims are memorable, commonly accepted pieces of wisdom, similar to adages or proverbs. It's 'cause the man drank poison on purpose. Yeah, probably. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in this cup to make my coins of ice. Someone doesn't walk into the room, slice some cheese, and then go, "Oh, my butler is about to kill me. I'll pre-stab myself with his intended murder weapon a couple of times to be a jolly good fellow." Let's see. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Hold it. Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die. 'Tis life's only choice. No. Yes. Eighth, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Oh wait, and my occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No. No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. Gas company lady. I shall not run. I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldest thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with that shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance! How dare you? What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamsphere, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago. Yeah, this dude admitted to stealing gas yesterday. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Hold it!
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once ensnared by literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was the stronger of the two. Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea, as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea, whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? No. Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be. Ah yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That would be hugely in our favor. But yeah. Okay, I've pressed every statement. So I've got to be a contradiction in here somewhere. Let's see. Pair of teacups. The teacups used by Mr. Shamsphere and Mr. Natsume. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. We already examined the teacups. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look at the teacups again. Examine. Yeah. We did see that. Yeah, I already got the info. Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. They did, hold up. Let me see that statement again. While feigning distraction in our debate, Nia did a drop of his own drink past his lips. Hold on, let me press this again.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did go for the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly, 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there is no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise, drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now we reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guests had left before you drank your tea. Alright, so Susato was definitely on to something, and I was hoping the teacups were going to be coming into play. And yeah, this was already updated to the pair of teacups.
Objection!
Not so. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, but that's impossible. How, chop logic? What is this, ye dark, ye clad theme? The two teacups for the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. E-clad to cloth. Cloth addressed. Okay. The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After the several arrows, the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamsphere, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Just like how Godo drinks several cups of coffee, you know, in a trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamsphere. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the cape is off. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. What does this mean then? I do declare, it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about leaving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbly Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as what is be called soup, and a leaf as what is be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. Detrimental to health, unwholesome, or otherwise unpleasant, and not conducive to well-being. Insalubrious. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, nearly forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Samsphere doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord? Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. No. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. Homeless, neglected, orphan person. That's what waif is. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up to the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No. You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh man. Here we go again. And now for another summation examination. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! No, please. Stop that. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Judges, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings. Oh boy. The jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Oh, come on. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal. Gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about the gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hope. And Mr. Shamsphere was poisoned. There could be no doubt of that. Yep, ice coins. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsphere was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Oh boy. Jury examination. It probably is made of lead. Yes, his scepter. Because he's able to bend it so easily and then reshape it. The defense's rebuttal. Alright. Oh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. Trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I had to let Susato-san remind me. Then again. Yeah, so yesterday when we found Shamspear, he was slumped over the table. He was holding a fork in his hand, and we had assumed that he had eaten soap, because why would you do that? There is poison in the soap, but we found out that he was actually using the fork to probably to unjam the coin from the soap, from the indentation. And then I'm guessing, my guess is he probably must have passed out from the gas. That's what I'm guessing. That should be like the only logical explanation on why he would pass out. Because I don't think he consumed the soap. And I was wondering when I was able to pursue again, because I'm like, I missed that mechanic. Refresh my memory. When a particular juror is talking, the other jurors will be listening naturally. Most of the time, when people are speaking themselves, they are careful not to give away more than they want to. But when they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded. Yes, that's very true. So if you see people reacting strangely in an unguarded moment, you must pursue them to find out why. Here, take a look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. When you press jurors about their assertions, a marker appears in the center of the screen. By using AD, you can move the marker and see how other jurors are reacting to what's being said. And if you find a particular juror seems to be reacting oddly, you can pursue him or her about it. By catching people off guard, you may be able to glean new and potentially useful information. Yes, alright, I've got it. Press, and then if something seems odd, slide the marker with AD to see if one of the other jurors is having a usual reaction. If so, pursue that juror. Now, what I wanted to do, I want to actually pursue for funsies when I don't even need to, because I missed out on so much flavor text.
Hold it!
I'm a man of logic, Lee, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. All the evidence, you say? Alright, so before I get around to hearing all of their stuff, I want to pursue for funsies.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, juror number 2? Oh, well, whatever do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. It just seemed that something that was said a moment ago maybe gave you a pause for thoughts. When I'm startled, I become startling ruthless. Sorry. Guilty! I do declare they're both guilty. The black-suited lawyer and the other Japanese man. No. I'm not on trial here, madam. Maybe I need to pursue these jurors with a little more care from now on. I love doing this. Hold on.
Hold it! Excuse me.
I'm doing this for content. Juror number 3, is everything alright? Quite alright, thank you. Oh, no, I mean... was something that was just said significant to you in some way? No, not really. Oh well, sorry then. Not at all, don't mention it. Right, thank you. Why is it that the more normal this man's responses are, the more I feel on edge? I'm afraid it's an occupational hazard, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't think that being a lawyer was a particularly hazardous job. Maybe I need to watch more carefully before I pursue judges in future. And plus, I'm not getting penalized for this either, so this is fun.
Hold it!
Cause he is American, we sus. Okay.
Excuse me.
Is everything alright, judge number 4? Yes, why? Well, did something that was just said trouble you in some way, perhaps? Everything that's being said here is troubling me, if you must know. Oh. Is it any wonder I've not heard a good word said about gas since the trial started? Obsession with gas. Really, my head's full of gas at the moment. Absolutely full of it. Oh my. That might be a little unhealthy, if you ask me. And if I'm not careful, I have a feeling it might cause some kind of gas explosion. That's so funny.
Hold it!
I'm loving all this flavored text. Like, I missed out on so much of it. Because I loved in the first game that there is an option there, like you do have the option to pursue when you didn't have to pursue. You actually had to do this, like when not prompted to to proceed. And of course, you also do this for silly achievements.
Excuse me.
Journal number 5. Is something wrong? Is something troubling you? Is something troubling me? Of course something's troubling me. Oh. Thanks to you, I very nearly died last night. Nearly died. I couldn't get that 5 bob I needed, could I? So the missus wouldn't let me in the house. Aw. I had to sleep out in the dog's kennel. I very nearly froze to death, I can tell you. Oh dear, that sounds awful. Oh my god. I spent the whole night dreaming that scrawny dog of mine was watching me as it sat there trembling. Gosh, you need that 5 shillings more than ever now, don't you? For your wife and your dog. So can we please get this trial over and done with? Either me or the dog might not make it otherwise. I'll do my best for you both. This is too funny. And now
Hold it!
I'm gonna pursue this dude who's a doctor. We found that out in the first game.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, journal number 6? Pardon? That last statement, did it mean something to you? He's also hard of hearing. Must have misheard. I suppose. What? Well done to whoever had the good sense to pick someone like him for jury service. Oh, so you think the elderly should be confined to their bedrooms and left to fester among books, do you? I didn't say anything. What's that? Alright, if there's a juror to watch, it's this man. He's dangerous.
Hold it!
And now I want to do this to, I want to pursue number 1 now.
Excuse me.
Juror number 1, do you have something to say? What? What the blazes? What's the matter with you, you young hooligan? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you seem to be lost in thought. Did something that was just said ring any bells with you, perhaps? What are you trying to do? Make me look like a gala? Gala? Maybe my mind wandered for a moment, but it hardly warrants being victimized like this. I do think that as a foreman of the jury, you should try not to let your mind wander, sir. It was only for a moment. Even a moment is too long. Tisk, fine. It won't happen again. So he was just daydreaming then. That was so funny pursuing number 5. We got more deep lore. Oh my god, his wife let him have it. Alright. Now that I got my flavor text, I'm satisfied. We're gonna get on with the case. I'm a man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there will be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Alamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madame. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea, and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. Excuse me, madame, but Soseski Nanami does not steal gas. It's, that William Shakespeare dude. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. No, he hasn't. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. She's insufferable. The stuff explodes and it could poison you. It's absolutely lethal. Gas is.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes. You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Okay. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack on the way here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. Hold it. But juror number 4, please report to my personal office immediately. Hey, Grotto. Oh my god. Yeah, she's pretty... She has a cool design. Someone had pointed it out to me yesterday. like both in her attire and in her name. So like she does have a name. She also testified yesterday. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think you were here. Maybe. Oh cool. Alright. Yeah, yeah, she's the bee lady. Okay, cool, you know. Yeah. Queen Altamont. Queen Bee. And yeah, she's got the umbrella, she's got the thing going on. It's awesome. Cool design. There's an all-out attack on the way here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. And there's her umbrella, Stinger. She's really buzzy now. And then the puns. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? Lady. As of right now, I mean, there are cases where electrocution's involved, but yo, stop trying to come after the electric company now. A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. And the explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the depth of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. A person without morals or scruples, often characterized by unprincipled, depraved, or wicked behavior. Reprobate. Reprobate. More devious. Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Of course! Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas, we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? Or if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it's possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. That's messed up. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Easily, with pipes. Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes, yeah. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. That's my thought. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. That's messed up. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these... Uh-oh. We're gonna pursue you after... right after I get more flavor text. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to its tricks. I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed. Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career, in nothingness. Oh! Holy crap! Hold up, hold up. I'm gonna screen capture this. I love this. Holy crap! Jury 3 will refrain from exploding. Yes, I agree. Thank you so much. You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel. Okay, I will. And then we're gonna reload our save after. I just want more lore, more text, more flavor text. Yum. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tiny few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what's happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Salt in your tea. Okay. At least it was a poison. Everyone's not having it. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. Yeah. No. So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Oh my god. At least your wife doesn't want to kill you. Be grateful for that, I think. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else in the night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Pot? Calling the kettle black. Compared to the other jurors, who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this juror may very well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Really? Okay, and now we're going to reload. And we're going to pursue juror number 3. Here we go. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Company secrets? I hope that doesn't involve you stealing gas from other companies, making it... Yeah, I'll hold for now. Oh, please. Everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me. I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain, if you don't mind. Okay. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes. But how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe and if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3, okay. My apologies, everybody. I was hearing stuff I shouldn't be hearing. Obviously, there's a gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. And you can guess what's happened, can you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean? That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhoro, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Unit number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statements to include that information. Oh well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues. that tried to diddle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Because it's gonna eventually come around. You know? Alright. Blow too hard into a gas pipe, and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble.
Hold it!
When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe, after all. That's true of every building, because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you could appreciate. Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers, even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps, yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Alright, so. Here goes nothing. We need to pit this. Oh, hold on. We need to pit his statement with somebody here. And when we were cross-examining that dude, they kind of gave me a hint on he might be the key. Like, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanations, is there? And then juror number 3 revealed, blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. Then you're in real trouble. So I'm gonna try pitching number 3 with number 6.
Objection!
I was right. Oh my god, I was right. That was so fun to figure out. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or another. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it! What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamsphere? Yeah, what are you trying to say? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? Yes and yes? Maybe? No and no? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas, pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Are they tasty then? Gas pipes. Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress will perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam. Speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Uh-oh. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof of that Mr. Shamsphere put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamsphere has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you could be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, 100% of wine glasses filled with video games by a decadent man get thrown. You're right. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamsphere stood in front of his gas lamp. Yep, I do have the evidence, and I think I know what it is. I just gotta look through it. It's this one, right here. Because the handprints are on the wall, and there's the gaslight up here. Handprints on the wall.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Yeah, I did some forensics in the previous investigation. Like, the first time ever in the timeline that forensic science was used. Like, before Emma Sky. Skin prints, Council? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. I mean... Come on now. Fingerprints, yo! Unless somebody burnt their fingerprints off or were wearing gloves. Consider that. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamsphere touched in this room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's... well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsphere also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork perhaps? No. At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of. In front of? Ah! I don't believe it. Yup, the gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamsphere has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? I asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall, juror number 3's statements. What? Me now? Yes, you. When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamsphere were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he would have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Oh. With this, I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Ziegs? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. And why the hell not? But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Oh. Ugh. Certainly. Even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Hold it!
But, please, my lord, if I may. Mrs. Sato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if this trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Hold it! You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Alright, we're 2 for 4. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait. You heard his lordship. It's not fair. Thinking I couldn't catch that. So we're 3 for 3. It's not fair. Thinking evidence. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato. But I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Yay. Uh-oh. Freaking Shamsphere over here. He's not looking so well. Hang on, everybody. I'm just getting a little bit comfy. Why, Mr. Shamsphere? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Very well. Continue, Counsel. Oh, wow. So now... Alright. 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 So I can't press, hold on. Oh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Oh dear, are there no clues at all that might help us? All we can do is keep pressing these jurors for more information, I suppose. Because we simply have to find some way to turn this situation around. Or Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Okay, so... we need to talk to number 1, number 4, and number 5 now. Alright. I'm a man of logic, B, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints in the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsphere had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh, if you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. What? No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your daring. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid that judges that change their minds before may very well change them back. They can't do that. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamsphere really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? So it's either I can present evidence or I have supporting testimony. Oh. This might be it. Hang on. I'm gonna drop a save here. Real quick. I can't prove it. Well, I'm not in a position to prove it yet. As I thought, I had a feeling that would stump you, Japanese. We are capable of independent thought, you know. I think we need to gather some more material to bolster our positions, Naruhodo. Yes, that's what I was trying to imply by saying we can't prove it yet. Thank you, Counsel. Off the examination, please. Hang on, I just want to see what happens when I cross-examine, number 4 and 5 again, maybe? Gas doesn't come to free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack on the way here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzy now. Okay. All I've heard about are wonderful fuels, explosions, poisons. What about electricity? Electricity. Yeah, and the explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. The death of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. Alright. More devious, madam. Alright. Other gas companies, not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas, we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in Netherlands that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas fuels via a network of pipes. Alright, I think this is the same, yeah. Yeah, I think I know what to... Is that a rally flow, bro? I see at the corner of my eye. Alright, yeah, I don't have to press her. Remember the tome we actually aced? Yeah, remember the time we actually aced the Ace Attorney? Yes, we have. Hey, Raleigh, good to see you, man. I'm playing this wonderful sequel to this, timeline here. I did the Great Ace Attorney Adventures last month, and now I'm on the second game. Let's see.
Hold it!
I don't think he's gonna reveal anything. 172 hours, no sleep, Ace Attorney, 117 run, when? You know, I would almost consider that, especially if I did it for like a cause or something. Or some form of charity, I don't know. But, I don't know. But, that'd be insane to do. Alright. Hang on, I'm just. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna reload my save. This has got to be it. Alright. Let's see. Alright, so 4 and 5 is whatever. We gotta prove number 1 wrong. Okay. I can present evidence. Yes, I do have it. It's gotta be it. Because I don't think any of the supporting testimonies not gonna prove it. I do have evidence about this. Naturally, I can provide evidence to support the defense's position. Very well. You will present the evidence now, counsel. The evidence in support of your claim that the victim blew down the gas pipe on the night in question. In the absence of evidence, the evidence is your absence. I have here the victim's medical reports. Victim, William Shamsphere, age 31, cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. That also leaves out the soap, I guess. There's no strychnine in the soap, I'm guessing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene because it was gas, and it proves it right here. This is it. The victim's medical report.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, what say you to that? Uh-oh. Oh yes, it's evidence all right. No question about it. Evidence that this ripe little lawyer thinks he can make a fool of us all. What? Oh no, it's not. You heard the man, counsel. Don't get too big for your boots. Are you getting too big for your boots, do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Not likely. In fact, I wish they'd swallow me up at the moment. It looks like I need to take another tack here. Alright. On with this Summation Examination Council. Alright. I was totally wrong about that. I was hoping that was gonna be it. Let's look at my court record again. Oh, duh. Actually, it's not evidence. Okay, I feel a little silly again. I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, hello? There is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony reveals details about the gas in the Get It Dead residence that night. Namely, yeah, because I was talking about it with Atakash earlier. This man right here. Sosetsuki Natsume.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sosetsky Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamsphere's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! Yep, there it is. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Nope. Good golly. So that Shamsphere fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? That's messed up. Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? You're not looking so good there, Shamsphere. Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah, there sure is. You just got proven, bro. But enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. There you go. We're 4 for 2. That's 4 judges leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Continue the trial. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty. 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Number 2. Mr. William Shamsphere. My lord, how can thy humble Shamsphere serve thee? Oh no. What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, and recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How'd you explain that, eh? Not the wine. I am done with all this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. Ah! As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection.
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You'll recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread at the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Ah, I didn't think of that. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Whoa. Sick. Order! Order! Counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamsphere wanted to end the life of... this man right here.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But the gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. Whoa. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadem, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsphere was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Dude. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
Oh no. The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. Indeed. Very interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Why? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamsphere's murderous designs? Ah, you mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. What? Ah. You serious? Whatever Mr. William Shamsphere may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poison has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Ah. Ah. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly, easily? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsphere's room. So you must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. Uh-oh. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? True culprit, huh? Alright. So wait, it can't be Shamsphere. And it's most definitely not Natsume. And it sure wasn't this dude. Poor dude died. My guess is... maybe it was... Meter Man?
Take that!
Well... You claim this person is a true culprit. Highly suspicious, I would say, yes. No. Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. What? For it seems to me that your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. Okay, was it... Mr. Naruhodo, please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. Then you must concentrate harder. Ugh, harsh. Alright. No, because he was checking to see if he was stealing gas. Hi, Boosh. What is it, Boosh? Wait a minute. Hold it.
Take that!
No. It can't be. No. Hold on. No, that was a dumb choice. Um, Hang on. The true culprit, huh? Hmm. Who is the so-called true culprit of the crime? So it's not Shamsphere. It's not John Garadev. And yeah, I should know better. It wasn't the gas people. Olive Green?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. What? Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. Huh? The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamsphere's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Oh. Boosh, come on. Trying to solve case here. I'm doing. Given that the woman was given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. Yeah, she does. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamsphere. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Eh? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamsphere's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nepalese friends' farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid that the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counselors. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Hi, Bush. All right. Hang on, everybody. I'm going to drop a save here. I'm going to be right back for 1 moment. I'm going to use the restroom for a moment. Bush, you are in charge, okay? For now. I want you to entertain my chat for a moment. Right back, everybody. Okay. Oh, Boosh, she waited for me. Okay, Boosh. Oh no, Boosh, it's fine. Oh, Boosh left for now. I should have stayed, but I mean, I couldn't. Boosh, it's just I had to go. All right. All right. I've returned. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate y'all. For those that are still out there, and it looks like we're almost near, you know, the end of this case. Boosh, you're back again. All right. Let me double check everything. Cool, cool. All right. All right. February 23rd, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh boy, here we go. joyful, jubilant jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Oh boy. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiris. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, airlock shows! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Derision. The act of laughing at, mocking, or treating someone with contempt. It occurs when words or actions express the belief that a person or their ideas are ridiculous, worthless, or not worthy of serious consideration. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today will be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably know that already. What do others presuppose? I prove by experimentation that, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Ah yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to? It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. Oh. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record. Bottle of poison, a bottle found in possession of Miss Green, with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Hang on. I'm going to examine it. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few elements on the bottom of the bottle. Here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. Oh, wow. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato-san. Don't think about suicide. Don't joke about it. Anyway, that's all we can do with this bottle. Alright, does it get updated? Alright. Ah, could I have a word? Could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Oh no. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamsphere's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamsphere's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden. Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something on there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. The capital offenders file has been entered to the court record. Capital offenders file. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden. That includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Let's take a look at these. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes, Williston Prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes. In the early hours this morning, he had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Unfortunate. And yeah, we got the capital art. Yeah, we got that here. These documents included details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. Yep. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Thank you. Alright, that's good. Oh, cool, it's attached. That's a good detail. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense, and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest in the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So the best of luck to you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamsphere. This is going to be the final battle. Ooh. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Renosuke. You have to. 23rd February, 12:30 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless rash, and the prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So Lord Von Zieks is the new witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in. Uh-oh. Witness, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamsphere, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Jeez. What a coterie. What a coterie. What a coterie. A small, intimate, often exclusive group of people who share common interests, tastes, or purposes. What a coterie. Mr. Shamsfield. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim of this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are, in fact, the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. Uh-oh. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Lady, I to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Personage. Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. If so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Ganadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamsfield's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what's happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamsphere. But what's happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road, the evening of the 17th of February. Witness testimony, the evening of 17th February. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamsphere? 'Twas the following morn, when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine? When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, as suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination, yay. The evening of 17th February. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. There's certainly no obvious link between these two or the two incidents. But we can't just turn around and admit that has all been a waste of time. I have some pride, you know, Mr. Sato. There's certainly an obvious link between these two or the two incidents. Okay. I think perhaps pride shouldn't come into this, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, I should at least make sure I've pressed them all of their statements. And hard, too. Oh dear, did you hear what I said about pride? Nope. Let's see. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Hang on. I want to pursue for fun.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Shamsphere? 'Twas but a few sunrises ago. I got me to the nunnery. What? Forsooth, I could not rightly recommend the place so oft to my fellows without having seen it mine own self. What? Now, upon mine arrival, I was forbidden entrance. The clue was in the name, I think. I did tarry a while outside the building in search of some other way inside. But alack, I was arrested by an officer. That was very illuminating, but perhaps he could just focus on the trial? Alright. Hang on. I wanna press this dude
Hold it!
and pursue.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Green? This is a very critical moment. Sorry. No, don't move. It's a very rare sight to see an Eastern gentleman in a British court, you know. Are you drawing me? Yes, of course. Now, could you go back to that same expression you had before, with the cold sweat? Let's just focus on this trial, shall we? Yay, flavor text. Alright. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell really. I was just walking along the pavement. Okay, just walking along the pavement, she says. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamsphere, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern, on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did Teddy. 'Tis a jewel, the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grubb's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea like mush. Grubb's Grubbery. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? I mean, or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamsphere's own actions of the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. If we could find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamsphere went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, it's absolutely. If that is all in the best matter, counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us. You mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah, it was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Rose. Oh my god. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Oh, I think I kind of forgot that detail. Hang on. Duncan Ross. Please, Miss Green, tell us more about that note. I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you, but I can assure you it's unrelated to all of this, completely unrelated. The truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions were for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock that afternoon. I didn't think I should go at first, but then I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like. Very well. That's your final word on the... very well. If that's your final word on the matter, continue, please. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this. Honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit. Well, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my third Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Mr. Naruhodo, did you notice? One of the witnesses reacted rather strangely to something that was said before. Oh, you mean... That's right. When you see someone reacting in an odd way, it's time to pursue. I need to keep a closer eye on the people in the stand, even if they're not speaking at the time, it seems. Well, yeah. We're gonna do that right now. It's time to pursue.
Excuse me.
Mr. Samsphere, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. And that's like the most common saying of William Shakespeare. I'm sure a lot of people know that saying. Ah, pray, forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with near a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging being a lonely occupation, sire, my lodging fellows being rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Miss Green's card has been entered to the court record. Oh, snap. Miss Green's card. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamsphere and Miss Green. Yup. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type of to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. I knew it. Yup. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. Ah, yeah. The details of Miss Green's card has been updated in the court record. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with a torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. Yep, there it is. The details torn off and the envelope was updated. Torn off end of envelope. A ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. It fits perfectly with the envelope in Miss Green's possession. Yep. Alright, updated evidence. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamsphere and Miss Green. Mr. Shamsphere and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Alright. Let's see.
Hold it!
Yes. We do have evidence now. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. We do. Present evidence. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug in Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Nay, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Patronize. Okay, yeah. You don't normally patronize. Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the slug and sell it that day. Namely... right here. This has gotta be it.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord. Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamsphere, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Ah, personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsphere? Well, excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you think so? Yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. All right. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Really?
Hold it!
I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go. So you found out what the information was? Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Wood is on her way there. She was stabbed in the back, as my learned friend hopefully remembers. Ah, yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamsphere wonderfully there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Nope. Let's see. Really? Hang on. Hmm, nothing to do, huh? Really? That's what I thought.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the notes you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. Eh? In my room? In my room? Mr. Shamsphere, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the notes to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamsphere. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? Ah, what did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamsphere's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamsphere's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room? Thou? What on earth do you want with me? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green. Yes. Witness, you have the court's sympathy. I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Anomaly. This anomaly. The anomaly of the note. Okay. So here we go. All right. This should be it. I wonder. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago. Peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour, at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamsphere? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet it's clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamsphere's room. There could be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. The anomaly of the note. Anomaly. The anomaly of the note. The anomaly. Anomaly, yeah. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsphere's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago. Her adventure. That note was delivered onto me.
Hold it!
Her adventure. Perhaps possibly by chance. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine, own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be twixt, I knew him. I knew him, and I knew him not. Sorrow, regret, or dismay. Alack. And 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and the salad. Presumably, that has nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. Oh boy. On the day written therein, I did tarry along error the slug and salad, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really, you paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really, do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the slug and salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note have vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts near accompany my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. Near. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. Meh. Okay. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busy with great ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamsphere's room. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Von Zieg's getting at? Yeah, right? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room? Do you? Why would I? Oh, hold up.
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamsphere about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamsphere's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? Ah, I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the notes would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamsphere's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into this lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Alright. I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doff readily casts aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity! Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Oof. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Oh no, this animation. I will admit, this is my favorite animation from this guy. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. Alright.
Hold it!
Oh no. Hit the wrong button. Okay. Now to find... This has gotta be it. Mm, Let's see. I mean, yeah, we will present this bottle of poison.
Objection.
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle, and though the contents split, and though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah, according to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholm's chemistry said the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere. Ah, Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room too? It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamsphere's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh god. Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting the woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this... but if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, oh man. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Ah, well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zieks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamsphere's address. More activity. Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamsphere was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume has been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamsphere had no reason to blow air to the gas pipe. His intended victim being in the prison cell, with the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamsphere was mysteriously poisoned. Uh, um? In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Maddie! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The courts will recall that the notes gave instructions to visit the slug and the salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are not clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. She's standing in this box. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. You will show your apparent understanding of the court's police counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Duncan Ross.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right, before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadev's. Somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague. Ah, of course, yes. I remember now. The young man, they claim, was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsphere blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah, oh no. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten about him. You mean you? Duncan was. Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? The fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is. Mr. Shamsphere. But she's known exactly who you're all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsphere, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord. That's correct. Insane.
Objection.
This is insane. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Objection? What are you objecting to, famous adventurer? Or is it just, fun to say? Because it really is fun to say. I've had many people do that before. But hello there. Remember how Mr. Natsume claimed about an evil spirit in the logics tried to strangle him and then sleep in the previous game? Yes, I do. Yeah. And then I totally did not forget the appearance of both what's-his-face. I did not forget this man's face, or this man here, from the previous game. You object to severe heat wave. Chuck Norris needs to make it cooler. No comment. They are indeed good faces. But also, still no comment. Moving on. Yes, they are great faces. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamsphere have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny ever utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman! Wow. What a way to say that she's... Moving on. But in any case, when I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some tabs and a piece of wire. What the hell's a terps? Oh, turpentine volatile solvent used in oil painting. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed? Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. I'm still wondering about that tin box, but go on. Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. Oh, this rather nice key. Ah, 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 ah. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? He inherited it, that's key. It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. It's back at this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamsphere has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. The key. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsphere at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the courts in support of your claim. What is it that you say you can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsphere's alleged crimes? Motivation. Okay. Motivation. Ah, okay. I'm looking at this right now. Oh, 1,000 pounds worth of loot. Mmm. Oh, yeah, yeah, right here. This is it. Because, yeah, I was wondering when that piece of evidence was going to come into play. But, like, that little detail right there, it's not so little now. But, yeah, it's definitely
That's
Take that!
not an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get hold of that? To Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict, Selden, left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah, you mean this key is? Mr. Shamsphere, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? Oh, snap. What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you. A false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. No, it is not. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died will quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Bank of England inflation calculation. What cost £1,000,000 in 1900 would cost 100, 900 million, 330.40 pounds in May of 2026. Oh, wow. Interesting piece of trivia there, Astro Dude. And hello. £1,000 in 1900. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see it. Yeah, I was a little off there. All right. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamsfia's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Geradeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. Selden. Selden. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Ah, which is why Mr. Shamsfia subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamsfia? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Avaricious reason. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict. You. Ah! Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in L, I guess. Chamsphere. Oh, that was Selden. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Uh-oh. Ah, that face. Mr. Shamsphere. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? Oh no. After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Uh-oh. I'm so close! I just need a few more hours. Okay. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. Oh, don't worry, Chuck, we will. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece of this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Oh no. It's animation! Again. I like that animation. It's so dumb. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. There it is. That same technique. I know what it is, too. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? Why, it's none other than the handprints on the wall. Photo.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsphere's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. They sure are. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Sphere. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Zieksten. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make it indicate a solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo, Ah, yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? And I think I know what to do here. We will be using a person. It's not evidence, that's for sure. Present a person. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the courtroom record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Now, I pretty much know who it is, and they gave a pretty dang good hint, but for the sake of getting a silly achievement, I'm going to choose the wrong person.
Take that!
And what, pray, does said person possess that could be applicable to our purpose? Let's hear your new and improved powers of reasoning at work, my dear fellow. Dear me, your left eye just twitched. Are you currently concocting an elaborate excuse? Not some clever Japanese joke about a wet noodle, I hope. Ah, you got me! I think we need to reconsider this from the start, Mr. Naruhodo. Why do I feel as though Susato-san is studying my left eye now? I'm ready and waiting, Mr. Naruhodo. The rest is in your hands. I got the silly achievement. It's olive green. Key around neck.
Take that!
Done. Miss Green. Ah, me? What do you want of me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. Uh-oh. That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Ah, very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required from Mr. Shom's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamsphere has one great to another. I assure you, if the late convict's hull is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ah. So, Mr. Shamsphere, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. No. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamsphere. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Oh, temple spear! Despair! Free thy name! Quite the breakdown. Oh no, he's without his silly hat. I never intended to kill the man. I just I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. You could have done it in a less conspicuous way, but no, you wanted to. But never mind. So you'd have time to find a convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Genadeb really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, fatality. After the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamsphere, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Harsh but true. Ah, ah. Beautiful. Pathetic. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. Oh, the gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. All right then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? Oh, no, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Damn it! But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on the Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I brought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Mere poison of the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait. If Mr. Shamsfield was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. Or if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamsfield. I then wrote, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Rose. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd have done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamsfield followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I brought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just deserts. Just know that is not the way. Not the way. 3 days ago, when you were first stirred in the dark before me, This whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green? Yes, my lord? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamsfield. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamsfield, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Oh, and stealing gas. Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. Yeah, she's 20. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. To be or not to be. That is the question. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamsfield didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least, because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. He got off the hook twice, thanks to me. What an extravagant celebration. Fireworks up in here. Court is adjourned. He really is the luckiest unlucky man. For real. For real, for real. 23 February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, yes! Yes! At last! Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Oh my god. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache! Attacking the poor man's mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature Buddhists in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. Oh, you've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I have seen more of life in this week than in all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said, I've come to feel the same way. Damn. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? Well, that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dark when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But, but that's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! Objection! And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan, and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely at any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what's happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Ooh. I can't wait for that. 24th February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregsy been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the? What is that? Ooh. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Oh my god, there's blood around it too. A collar? It's huge though. And look at all the gemstones in it, set in it. Yeah, look at all the gemstones set. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be well worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. Yep. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B. And a small crown. B. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. B? No. Can't be. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this. Oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now. B for Barack von Zeeks, probably? I'd never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly looked to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? That's what it looks like. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and the Mustached Man, and the Convict's Curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story! Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Oh. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Oh. Yes. Oh. But it must be serious business,
And
of
so
course.
it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Wow. I felt like that was the longest case 2 I've ever played up until this point. Jeez. It was indeed GG's, Chookman. Holy crap. So tomorrow will be the return of the great departed soul. That sounds freaking cool. I can't wait for that. And I'm gonna have to gauge how long it's gonna be. Probably another two-parter too. Yeah. Hold on, I just want to look at the. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Heck of a good case. And it's getting more and more intriguing too. It's like it's like I feel like I want to like put it down. Like I can't put it down, but I have to. Man, I'm actually gonna try maybe potentially. I know I try to say I try to want to do it like extra early, but I want to try, but that's okay because I'll have a. But like yeah, okay. Let me see here. Let me take a look here. Yeah, that's definitely gonna look like a two-parter, another one. Okay, well then. Okay, everybody, that's gonna do it for me today or tonight. Tonight. Details, who needs them? Um, hmm. Hang on. I want to see if a certain someone is on. Oh, guess they're not on tonight. Maybe. Okay. All right. Hmm. So many choices. The heck? Hmm. Okay. All right. Hmm. Okay. All right. Wow. Okay, everybody. That seems fun. Chucks. All right, everybody. Gonna I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm just still deciding who to go on out to. I guess hang on, I want to see what they're up to. What even is this? Cursed companions? Is that even such a thing? Hang on, I want to see what this is about. Oh, it's an online game. Okay. Cursed companions. Co-op horror game. silly. Okay. Um. Okay, everybody. Yeah, it was definitely near 7 hours. The seventh has tacked on, but all right. Hmm. Okay, everybody. Guess I'll hang on. Let me check someone's Discord. I guess they're doing a late start. All right, everyone. I'm just gonna go to someone. All right. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna go on now to Keltio. Keltio. He's gonna be playing Cursed Companions with 3 other people, and I don't know. That might be amusing, perhaps. Cursed Companions is a co-op horror game that responds to every word the player says. Every player is cursed with a forbidden word, like okay or I think. As if anyone says it, the player takes damage. And when you say the right words, you can heal your friends or disarm traps. That sounds fun. And that was quite something. Okay, now I'm gonna get the raid ready, and before I head on out, I got people to thank. I do have people to thank. Some of them are probably still here, probably not. But I like to thank Running Wild, Vigia, Chuckman, thank you for the raid, and congrats on beating Wind Waker, Mastery Mastered, Adacashed, Grotto, Rally, Famous Adventure, Action Dan, and Astro Dude. And to anybody out there that may have been lurking in my channel, thank you for lurking in my channel. All right. Oh yeah, I need to get music. And I'm gonna finally get some food. All right, so thank y'all for watching. Remember to go in peace and see you in court again tomorrow. Oh man.